And we are live in just 1 second. Okay, live.
All set?
Yes.
Thank you, Wendy. Good morning, everyone. I will officially call the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee public hearing for Thursday, February 17th, 2022 to order. Today we have 3 nominees to interview, but before we get to any of them, my co-chairman, Senator Duff, do you have any opening comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I don't. All set. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. So just moving along, our first item on the agenda is a Senate joint resolution for review to nominate Julia Mcgrath of Old Saybrook to be a member of the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council. Good morning, Julia.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. So before we start, if you can raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful. The floor is yours, Ms. Mcgrath, if you'd like to say any opening comments.
Sure. So again, thank you for having me this morning. My name is Julie Mcgrath. I am a lifelong resident of Old Saybrook. I took about 4 years to go to college in Baltimore, but then I did come back and have decided that I do really want to invest myself back into the southeastern Connecticut community. This is where I want to make, my life and really create my own social circle and create progress. I'm also a frequent user of both Shoreline East and Metro North to get into the city. And I would love to be able to take transit to go to work. Also, I work here in Norwich, where I am now, for the district office of Congressman Joe Courtney. And I can tell you it would be great to one day be able to get on a train instead of braving the 95 corridor every day. One thing that has really interested me about this council is from the perspective of a young person who has decided to come back to Connecticut and fit myself into this community. Are ways that I can make it more inviting, and how this council can make it more inviting for more young people to decide to stay here, not just for job opportunities, but for social opportunities, and to find communities that offer different options of ways to live, whether that be by having a car or having options that you don't need a car to really live a full and exciting life. So thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mcgrath. And, I'll start off actually with trying to expand a little bit on what you're talking about there, where, we talk a lot to, our young professionals, and, I represent here in the city of Hartford. So we have a large contingent of young professionals here in the city, and over and over again, one of the main priorities for them is that access to transportation and the importance of particularly rail at this point, right, where we're in 2022. Can you just expand a little bit on what you were talking about on the importance for kind of that young demographic that can choose to live anywhere in the world at this point, and how important access to transportation is?
Sure. So I think first and foremost, it's important to acknowledge, that a common priority among the younger demographic that is now entering the workforce is that they are really concerned about greener options for transit and for greener infrastructure, and that's not exclusive to this new generation entering the workforce, but it is a common theme. And so to offer, mass transit options in areas that really don't have very many. I think particularly closer, you're speaking of Hartford, which is a really good example of an area that's a high concentration of professionals. I think of either New London or Groton in our area, which has Pfizer. We have, the military bases. We have Electric Boat, among others. And this is a huge draw for workforce development. And we'll soon have, the state pier Revolution Wind project, which will draw more manufacturing jobs into the area. But there presents a problem if you're bringing in this huge influx of workers, but then putting them all on the same roads that don't necessarily have the capacity to experience that kind of rise in commuters. So offering, other modes of transportation is not only a greener option, but it is better in terms of, decreasing risk of accidents, decreasing congestion, and also offering multiple ways of living. It's expensive to own a car. It's also expensive to access housing in Connecticut. And so to offer another way to get around in a way that you're not limiting what someone can do, not only professionally, but also in their social life and in other areas, if they can get around by using public transportation, in this case, specifically rail, that is huge. That offers an opportunity for a much wider demographic of individuals to, come into this area and really invest themselves in the community.
Appreciate that, those comments. Over the last couple of years, a lot of different industries have been hit hard with the pandemic. Obviously, transportation and rail being one of them. Do you have any ideas? And I know ridership has dipped down because of the pandemic. And are there ideas that you might have to try to give people kind of that ease of knowing that it's safe? It's going to be safe to travel once again in this type of community in the rail?
Sure, that's a good question, because I myself have also been pretty nervous about getting on public transportation. Again, I did take definitely a hiatus from it because you just don't want to take the risk. I think though Shoreline East is a really good example of, and Metro North, to be honest, of lines that have done a pretty good job of mitigating risk in terms of, those employees who are not vaccinated are regularly tested in order to try to catch any potential spread of infection. They are masked. I think, continuing masking enforcements, although, masks are uncomfortable, and no one really finds much of a thrill in wearing one. They do work. There's epidemiological data to say that they work. I also think, one thing that's been a sticking point and something that has come up in the council meetings that I have attended so far is this this problem of, people aren't quite comfortable to get back on public transportation yet, which means ridership is up or is down still, which means that the rail lines are not really beefing up their schedules. But I think actually increasing the options of when people can get on rail and not just concentrating it around morning commute times and then evening commute times, and offering options that people can use rail for things other than just their morning and their evening commute would not only allow people to the population that is ready to get back on public transportation to spread out their time of just when they're getting on the train. Not everyone's competing for the same space at the same time. And would also, and so not only would people feel safer, but also new riders would see, oh, here's this really wide schedule that I can choose from. And so you can kind of braid recovery, but also keeping people safe together.
Great. And I'll ask one last question, and piggybacking on something you just said, and I know you use rail a decent amount. If there's one thing you can change in the way the rail system works here in the state of Connecticut, what would it be? Would it be more cars? Would it be more times? Would it be better amenities? What's that one thing that you wish our industry here had?
Sure. To be honest, I would say just more options for geographically where rail is available in the state. I do think that for existing rail lines, it would be great to see more times available just for diversity of throughout the day, when more options of saying, if you live, for instance, I live in Old Saybrook, and I can get on the Shoreline East train and go over to Clinton or Madison, which is fairly close to either of those grocery stores, if I need to go to one of those grocery stores instead of one of the ones in Old Saybrook. Being able to have a times just kind of throughout the day would be great in order to help people feel like this is an accessible form of transportation that is a comparable option to just hopping in your car and continuing what most of us are very used to doing. But I also think, in a more ambitious frame of mind, I would really love to see expanded rail access. I would love to see it up into Eastern Connecticut and Western Connecticut in the more rural areas. I can speak more personally to Eastern Connecticut, but I know the same is true for Western Connecticut. In our rural areas, we have a lot of seniors who don't have consistent access to transportation unless they're really driving themselves, which in some cases they can't. So I would say those two are my biggest priorities.
Thank you very much. I appreciate those comments. I will open it up to committee members if they have any questions. So if you pop in, Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, and congratulations on your nomination, Ms. Mcgrath.
Thank you.
More of a statement / question, and at the risk of alienating half the room, I'll preface it by saying that I'm a diehard Red Sox fan. But one problem that I experienced pre-pandemic was the lack of lateness of the CT rail trains. They've got a great service out in New Haven that takes you right to Yankee Stadium. But if it's a night game, anyone else in the state has got to go to New Haven to get this train. You can't pick it up in Meriden. You couldn't pick it up in Hartford. So I'm encouraged to hear you talk about expanding the times, because I think that would be a benefit for anyone going down there. And also, what are your views on expanding the rail so that it'll connect directly to Boston?
Sure. I mean, to be honest, rail expansion in general, to me, I think is a positive thing. I think offering, and it's funny, I've actually been to a Red Sox game and had to leave early in order to make sure that we were able to access the right transportation to get out of there. So that resonates personally. So in terms of going up to Boston, I think that that's something that is, we spend a lot of time thinking about this corridor of, the Fairfield County area going into New York. And that is a really important corridor because there's a ton of commuters who go, who use that every single day. But I think we overlook a lot of, from a workforce standpoint, a lot of workers who are coming in from Northern Connecticut, but also, this isn't our area of focus, but Rhode Island up into Boston for work that would very much take advantage of a line that's more direct into Boston or stops along the way through there. I also think, again, from an aspect of attracting young people to the state, having an easy way to get into Boston that you don't have to drive in. I do not like to drive in Boston. I don't know very many people who enjoy driving in Boston. Even though it's so close, it's, taking your life in your own hands. And so expanding access so that you're not just on the Amtrak, Northeast corridor, which is expensive. And is, the times are not super consistent right now because of COVID. Expanding access beyond that to more of a commuter rail would be fantastic.
Great, thank you very much. And I appreciate your enthusiasm about this. We tend to be very parochial here in Connecticut and don't really think beyond our own communities, but expanded rail opportunities, I think, would make life much easier for everyone in this state.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions from committee members? All right, seeing none. Before you go, Ms. Mcgrath, there is one question we ask every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
I do not believe so, no.
All right, wonderful. Thank you so much, and congratulations on your nomination, and look forward to supporting your name up on the dais.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely, thanks. Thank you. Wendy, is just to make sure, is Marcellus on the call? I don't see Marcellus on the.
Um, I
Yep.
just emailed the staff for his pointer, and I'm waiting for an answer.
Okay, no problem. We will skip the third item on, or I'm sorry, the second item on the agenda and go straight to the third item on the agenda, which is a House joint resolution for review to nominate Blaise Leviton of Guilford to be a member of the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council. Good morning, Mr. Leviton.
Good morning.
Am I pronouncing that correctly, Leviton?
Levitan, yeah. That's
Levitan. Wonderful, wonderful. Well, thanks for being here and congratulations on your nomination. If you can, before you start, raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful. So, Mr. Levitan, you have a few minutes to make any opening statement.
Sure. I've got a quick opening statement here. Good morning, honorable members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee. My name is Blaise Levitan. I'm a resident of Guilford, Connecticut. I am honored to have Speaker Ritter's nomination to the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council and deeply appreciate your consideration for appointment. First, a little bit about me. I'm a proud public servant. I'm enthusiastic about all things government and public policy. Having worked in government for over 10 years, where I currently serve as the Assistant Director of Parks and Recreation for the town of Greenwich, I've become an experienced government administrator, research analyst, and project manager. I've earned my Master's of Public Administration from UConn, Bleed Blue, where I also obtained a graduate certificate in public financial management. And like all of you, for me, public service is more than just a job. It's part of who I am. In my community, I'm active with my local town committee, was recently elected to the Guilford Board of Assessment Appeals, and am involved with 2 nonprofits in my town. In addition to my professional skills and experience, I believe I'm a well-qualified rail commuter. I've commuted by rail in Connecticut for the past 5 years, primarily on the New Haven line. I currently commute 5 days per week from Guilford to Greenwich, which provides me with a vested interest in the New Haven line, Shoreline East, and the Hartford line as well. Public transit is a policy topic I care deeply about and believe that its success is essential to Connecticut's economic success. I was appointed in an interim capacity to the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council in June 2021, and have already found the work to be incredibly rewarding. For the last 8 months, I've attended every council meeting, listening to commuters express concerns, as well as engaging directly with CDOT and the rail service providers on important topics like the service levels and major capital projects. In addition, I've been able to participate with the council on working groups to provide CDOT and the legislature with our recommendations on the 2021 to 2025 Connecticut Rail Plan, and to improve the monthly operational performance metrics the council uses to evaluate our rail service provision. I ride the rails with open eyes and ears so I can articulate my observations back to the council and to our service providers. Earlier this month, I actually witnessed a rail commuter get struck by a vehicle in a problematic crosswalk at the West Haven train station. This was not only disturbing, but was bound to happen at this location. And through my position on the council, I was able to reach out to CDOT and get this intersection on their radar for improvement. To close, I'm a dedicated public servant, and I promise not to be a council member in name only. I show up to all the meetings, engage with commuters, DOT representatives, and my fellow council members. I actively listen to my fellow members of the commuting community, and the collaborative and bipartisan working environment of the council provides a productive and valuable asset to the state of Connecticut. I'd be honored to have your nomination to the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council to be able to continue to be part of this work that I find deeply important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Levitan, and thank you for your service in everything that you do in your hometown. I'll start off with asking you the same question that I asked Ms. Mcgrath, which again, here being in the city of Hartford, we have a large concentration of young professionals in our city, and one of the questions we always ask them is, why do you choose to live where you live? And a lot of it is transportation options, particularly rail. So just curious on what your thoughts are on the importance of having transportation options, particularly rail, for the retention and recruitment of our young workforce.
Yeah, I think that's a really important question you're asking us, and it's essential to Connecticut's economic success. I can speak from my personal experience. I specifically moved. I've lived in Connecticut for almost all my life. I lived in New York City for a little while and moved back specifically because of the transit options. And I moved specifically to community that has access to rail. And I know a number of both colleagues and also young professionals as well that, like Julia said, are doing the same thing. And I think that both young professionals and also people that are retiring, especially maybe, getting to retire early or are, downsizing, both value having access to rail, specifically to commute. And you can see where people are moving and places they're moving to in the country. And specifically, it's really an important piece. And I specifically moved in walking distance to a train station. So I find it to be very important.
Great. And obviously you've been using rail for even pre-pandemic. So curious what your thoughts are on what the pandemic has done to the rail system, and ways that we can help improve, post-pandemic, knock on wood, that we continue to trend in the right direction, to encourage more individuals to use rail and letting them know that it's a safe way, a safe option for transportation.
Yeah, this is something we've been talking a lot recently at the council meetings about, and masking has been something we've heard from commuters who come quite a bit as something as they actually want to maintain. This is for the people that ride for work, riding regular on the weekdays. The weekends is another thing, but weekend ridership has come back much stronger than your commuting ridership has. So I think one of the key pieces to this is decoupling, service from ridership when we're making some of the decisions. And we're going to have to look at bringing back service levels to encourage people to get back on the train. You need that reliability and that consistency. And most importantly, something we've been talking about is the design of the schedule. Historically, a lot of the focus, for example, of the New Haven line has been getting people in and out of New York City. We've seen shifts in the real estate market, people moving to Connecticut. And I think we need to have some focus on more intrastate rail options for people like myself, for example, that commute across the state to major hubs like Greenwich, to Stamford, to Bridgeport, to New Haven and Hartford, and out to Eastern Connecticut. Instead of having the focus of some of our lines be on getting people in and out of New York City, we want to move people within Connecticut. And I know a number of people, from the Guilford area that commute to Bridgeport by car because it's just not worth it to take the train based on the schedule, because a lot of the schedule is focused on running expresses from Stamford. So you don't really have too many express options intrastate in Connecticut. And that's something that I think would be a key piece to getting people back on the rails.
Great. And then my last question, and not sure if you can answer this or not, but, when I have conversations with individuals on whether or not they're using rail, they always point out kind of that last mile, right? So they get on the train, they stop at the train, but then they have to get to where they're going. Is that something that the Rail Council talks about, or works with other municipalities or certain municipalities on kind of covering that last mile from point A to point B?
It's very timely question, because last night at the meeting, we actually had a conversation and received a presentation on some of the transit-oriented community conversation that's happening in the state. And it's something that we are thinking about, because it's not just the riders that are sitting in their seats today that we advocate for. It's for the Connecticut commuter rail system, and to boost ridership, to really leverage the economic value of the train system. Then it specifically also involves that last mile piece. And it's something in our rail recommendations, for example, for the 2025 Connecticut Rail Plan to DOT, that we specifically made a recommendation for the other divisions or the other bureaus within the Connecticut Department of Transportation needing to coordinate or provide some better coordination and some resources for municipalities to connect that last mile, because that is a frequent problem that if you're not right on the rail, especially when you get there, we hear it all the time. And so we specifically requested that the 2021 to 2025 rail plan takes a look at including in how they can better leverage communications between the bureaus on efforts to make sure there's an alignment on the entire Connecticut commuter experience, not just individual elements of it.
That's great. I'm glad to hear that those conversations are happening. I will open it up to committee members for questions. I see Representative Godfrey.
Good morning. How are you? First, let me congratulate you on your nomination and your willingness to serve. Full disclosure from me, my father was a railroad brakeman who ran freight from Danbury, which I represent, to Pittsfield, Massachusetts every day. And his father was an engineer who actually started running steam from Danbury to Litchfield on the old Chappaqua line, and then ran electric from Danbury into Grand Central Station. So it's kind of in my DNA, my love of railroads. I had toy trains when I was growing up, but I also played on my dad's caboose and had a wonderful time. One of the biggest happy memories of my life is the day he took me to work, and I rode on the engine all the way to Pittsfield and back. So with that kind of as a preface, I'm really happy to hear some of your comments about improving rail service and beginning to market it again now that the pandemic seems to be winding down a bit. Actually, I last took the train into New York City in December, just before Omicron hit. I hope you'll remember the Danbury and the Waterbury branches. The Danbury branch, unfortunately, Mr. McGinnis took down the wires, and we could probably save about 10 to 15 minutes in the travel if we didn't have to change trains in Norwalk. You get off and you have to wait for one of the electric trains to come through, and God forbid you miss that. Because then you can't get to Stamford and connect with Amtrak, which I do often. I'm active in a national organization called the Council of State Governments, and I frequently need to get to New York City, to Philadelphia, to Baltimore, and to Washington. I love the Acela, but if the Metro North train is more than 5 minutes late, I miss it and have to cool my heels in Stamford very long. So as you're talking about changes and upgrades to the schedule, please consider what the Amtrak schedule is and make sure that there is an ease of changing trains from Metro North to Amtrak as we go forward. I'm hoping that we can re-electrify that Danbury branch. It would save the time. I know there's been a lot of talk about making a connection between Danbury and Brewster, New York. I think I'm still doing the research. I think it'd be cheaper just to electrify the Danbury branch. You shave off 15 minutes, and frankly, because it takes 2 hours to get from Danbury to Grand Central, but it takes an hour and a half to get from Brewster to Grand Central. Well, just putting a train up between Danbury and Brewster isn't going to save half an hour. And frankly, there's already talk of needing additional stations between Danbury and Brewster, which, as you know, slows things down, adds more time. And I don't think it would be as cost effective as dealing with the real electrification of the Danbury line. And similar issues may occur on the Waterbury branch. I'm not as up to date on those as obviously my own concern being from Danbury about the Danbury Norwalk line. We've had upgrades on the Danbury branch that now allows us to run more train sets with passing sidings. We significantly upgraded crossings. We significantly upgraded the communication up and down the line. And I think we really need to have more of that. So I hope your advocacy, which sounds sterling, will begin to include these kind of issues. And you're absolutely right. I have people from Danbury who are commuting to Norwalk, to Merritt 7, and to Stamford for jobs every day. They're not all going into New York. And it's also difficult to get down to Norwalk and then travel east on the train. Again, you have to change trains, which you're not going to be able to do away with. But the schedule isn't the most conducive to getting from Norwalk to Bridgeport and New Haven. So I hope you take all of this into account as you move forward. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. And I agree with everything you said. And I specifically, while you were talking, I just made sure that I had our 2025 recommendations to the DOT in front of us on the rail plan. And one of our main points, and something I'm specifically passionate about, is the connectivity between the different services, because as you know, we've got multiple service providers, but we have one commuting experience. And we constantly see the struggle on the commuter that they're stuck dealing with navigating a system that on the back end has multiple different people, but on the front end, it really should just be one experience for commuters. And we also specifically, I just want to make sure on point 3, we're calling for one of the focuses to be the complete full electrification of the rail service and its connecting branches throughout Connecticut as a key piece that we hope that the DOT will focus funding on. So I fully agree with you, and I really think it's something we need to focus on.
Thank you so much for that. Obviously, electrification not only speeds up the experience, but it's better for the environment than burning diesel. So as we're electrifying cars, we should re-electrify trains that were electrified a long time ago. Because I remember there was actually a time when the electric, my grandfather was the engineer, would pull into Danbury. They'd change to diesel then, this is a long time ago, to continue passenger rail up to New Milford and further north. At one time, it actually ran to Pittsfield, Mass. So I'm hoping that we've seen such wonderful upgrades in the New Haven to Hartford line. I'm hoping we can see upgrades in the branch lines, both in the electrification where it's appropriate, and certainly I hope extending passenger rail north of Danbury and Waterbury. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative. Is Chairman Duff? Yep, Chairman Duff.
Hey, how are you? Good morning, everybody again. Good morning, Blaise. Thank you for agreeing to serve, and congratulations on your nomination. I just wanted to first to Representative Godfrey's point, looking forward to the opening of the new Barrett 7 train station. That is very exciting. And finally, after probably a decade of working on that, it looks like we'll hopefully be done with that very soon. And that'll get people from Danbury to Norwalk into 1 million square feet of office space quickly. I agree also, I think we're probably with others as well, is that getting, in your testimony, sir, that getting the Metro North back up online and back to normal service is important. And it is a little bit of a chicken and egg, because we've seen the traffic is just awful on the 95 right now. And I think some of that is because we don't have the train service at 100% capacity. Get that. And no questions. I just want to make that comment for the record. Thanks for agreeing to serve. Look forward to all your good work. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Any other questions from committee members? Seeing none, Mr. Levitan, thanks again for agreeing to serve on this extremely important committee. I am a little disappointed you didn't mention your volunteer, the fact that you volunteer for the Ellington Fire Department. With a first name like Blaise, that'd be the first thing I would mention every single time. So thank you for doing that as well, and being that public service. Before you go, there is one question we ask every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, or to the state of Connecticut?
No. Not that I'm aware of.
Wonderful. Thanks so much and congratulations. I look forward to supporting your nomination.
Thank you, everyone, for your time today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. So going back on the agenda, item number 2 is a House Joint Resolution for review to nominate Marcellus Edwards III of North Haven to be a member of the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council. Mr. Edwards, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Wonderful. Good to see you. Before you begin, we'll give you some time for opening remarks, but if you can raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful. The floor is yours, Mr. Edwards.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Marcellus Edwards. I reside in North Haven. I see Representative Yacarino on the call. Good morning, Rep. How are you? I've lived in North Haven for 18 years, but my background is in transportation. I spent over 30 years working for Metro North in various roles. I started out with Metro North in 1989 as an assistant conductor, and then progressed to the position of conductor. I was an operations manager, an instructor in the training department, instructing new conductors, ultimately rising to deputy director of transportation training. And I worked on the capital side. So I worked out with contractors doing work for Metro North. So I've worked in varying roles during my tenure at Metro North. And I just think that my background brings sort of a different flavor to this committee because I'm kind of a subject matter expert when it comes to the rules and regs of the railroad. So
That's wonderful. And again, congratulations on your nomination. And thank you for agreeing to serve. As someone that has been, in the rail system for so long, good or bad, what have you seen different over the last couple decades in the rail system here in Connecticut?
Well, one of the things I've seen is, obviously growth in terms of ridership, but also growth in terms of, I can speak from the perspective of Metro North, how we grew as a railroad. Metro North was formulated in 1983. So I came on board roughly 6 years after Metro North was put together. And what I saw was the changes in terms of the way we operated and the focus constantly changing in terms of trying to put a better product in front of our commuters. And that seemed to always be at the top of our list in terms of what we wanted to provide. Obviously, we want to put, on-time performance was always a big one with us, getting the trains across the road and getting the trains to their final destinations on time. Our customer service, there was a major stress put on customer service. I was part of that because at that time I was in the training department and we developed customer service programs to put forth to our train crews. We used to call it Charm School. We would have, when our students or our people would come in, we would take them through the steps of, this is what we want you to look like in front of our customers. So frontline employees were critical for us. So, and what I've noticed and what I saw during my tenure there over the 30 plus years I was there was that the focus, people bought into what we were trying to put out there in front of the customer. And that was one of the major changes that I saw. I was there before the TVMs, the ticket vending machines. I was there when we were selling tickets. The ticket offices were basically open. Most ticket offices if a station had one, was only open until about 10:30 in the morning. And after that, it was all cash. So they were dealing with the conductor on board the train. The TVMs, I think, were vital to our customers because it makes it easier for our customer to just walk up on the platform, go to one of the many TVMs that are located on the platform, make their purchase, get on board the train, and then hand the conductor their ticket. So the web ticket, there's a number of things that I've seen transpire over my years that I was there that, I thought kind of elevated us to a whole new level.
That's great. Appreciate those comments, and thank you so much for your service all these years. Chairman Duff, do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any comments. I just want to say congratulations on your nomination, and just listening to your testimony sounds like you're extremely well qualified, and that we're glad to have you advocating for us. And just thank you, and thanks to Representative Iaccarino for putting forward your name, and look forward to your service. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Any other comments or questions from Representative Iaccarino?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say congratulations to Marcellus. Congratulations, Marcellus. I've got to know you since I've been elected, and then obviously representing you in North Haven. And I know your dedication to the rail and to public service. So I just want to say congratulations. It's great to see you. I know you'll bring a wealth of information and knowledge to expand our rail and make it a better rail for commuters and for all of us. So how you doing?
I'm well. Thank you so much.
So I'll see you around, and see you around town, and congratulations. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments from committee members? All right, well, seeing none, Mr. Edwards, before you go, there is one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, or to the state of Connecticut?
No, there isn't.
Wonderful. Thank you again. Thank you for your willingness to serve on this extremely important committee, and look forward to supporting your nomination.
Thank you so much.
All right, with no other business for the public hearing, I will adjourn the public hearing portion of the meeting, and wait a few seconds before convening the committee meeting. Wendy, you let me know when you're ready.
All set.
Great. So with that, I will officially convene the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee meeting for Thursday, February 17th, 2022. Senator Duff, any comments from my chairman?
Nope, running back to my chair. No, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Just vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So with that, again, we have 3 items in today's agenda. First one being a Senate joint resolution for review to nominate Julia Mcgrath of Old Saybrook to be a member of the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion made by Senator Duff. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Senator Formica. Any comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Senator Duff votes yes.
Representative Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion is a yes.
Senator Looney, Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Senator Kelly, Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative D'Agostino,
Let me shut me off. I had a vote.
Senator Fonfara, Senator Formica,
Formica votes yes.
Representative Godfrey,
Godfrey votes yes.
Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner. Senator Moore.
Senator Moore votes yes.
Representative Perillo. Senator Summers. Representative Yacarino.
Representative Yacarino votes yes.
Representative Vargas.
Representative Vargas votes yes.
That's your roll, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The second item on the agenda is a House joint resolution to nominate Marcellus Edwards III of North Haven to be a member of the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion made by Representative Vargas, second.
Second.
Second by Representative Kennedy. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff.
Senator Duff votes yes.
One more time, sir. I didn't get you on camera.
Sorry, Senator Duff votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Concepcion.
Representative Concepcion is a yes.
Senator Looney.
Senator Looney is a yes.
Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Senator Kelly. Representative Kennedy.
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative D'Agostino. Senator Fonfara. Senator Formica.
Formica votes yes.
Representative Godfrey.
Godfrey votes yes.
Senator Hartley. Senator Kushner. Senator Moore.
Senator Moore votes yes.
Representative Perillo. Senator Summers. Representative Yacarino.
Yacarino votes yes.
Representative Vargas.
Representative Vargas votes yes.
That's your roll, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The last item on the agenda is House Joint Resolution to nominate Blaise Levitan of Guilford to be a member of the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council. Is there a motion?
Move it, JF.
Second.
Motion made by Representative Godfrey,
Second.
seconded by Representative Vargas. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff.
Senator Duff votes yes.
One more time, sir. Sorry, I didn't get you on camera.
Senator Duff votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Concepcion.
Representative Concepcion is a yes.
Senator Looney.
Senator Looney votes yes.
Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Senator Kelly. Representative Kennedy.
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative D'Agostino. Senator Fonfara. Senator Formica.
Formica votes yes.
Representative Godfrey.
Godfrey votes yes.
Senator Hartley. Senator Kushner. Senator Moore.
Senator Moore votes yes.
Representative Perillo. Senator Summers. Representative Yacarino.
Representative Yacarino votes yes.
Representative Vargas.
Representative Vargas votes yes.
Thank you. That's your role, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will keep votes open till 3 p.m. Today. Our next meeting is scheduled, Wendy, correct me if I'm wrong, but Tuesday, February 22nd at 10 a.m.
Correct.
With no items on the agenda, we will recess until 3 p.m. today. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have a great day.
You too.
Take
Senator
care.
Looney, I can take your vote on the first resolution.
Thank you. Is that on the first one, I believe?
Yes, Julie McGrath.
Senator Looney votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Kushner, if you're on, I can take your vote. If you're not, let me know when you're available. Sorry about that.
Hey, Wendy, how are you? Morning.
Okay, I was just trying to get ready for the next 5 hearings.
Next what?
5 hearings or so.
Oh, yeah, no kidding. So was I recorded for the committee?
For the meeting? Yes, yes, because you were there.
Yes, okay.
Okay, so for your votes, everyone is for the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council. The first was Julia Mcgrath.
Where's she from, Wendy?
She's from Old Saybrook.
Oh, okay. Yes, Senator Hartley in the affirmative.
The next is Blaise Levitan from
Guilford or something?
Guilford, yes.
Okay. Yes, Senator Hartley in the affirmative.
And finally, Marcellus Edwards from North Haven.
In the affirmative.
That's it. That was
Thanks.
an easy one.
Thanks a lot, Wendy.
Thanks so much. Take care.
Okay. Have a good day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Wendy.
Be right there.
Hello.
Hi there. Okay, we have three.
I can't hear you. Oh, sorry. I had my sound turned down. It was me. Sorry. I just came in
from outside.
I was at a press conference.
Okay, three people for the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council. The first is Julia Mcgrath from Old Saybrook.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Blaise Levitan from Guilford.
I vote yes.
And Marcellus Edwards from North Haven.
Yes, I will vote yes.
And that's it. You're off the hook till Tuesday. Thank you.
A committee meeting, so we will. I'll have to be back and forth.
And next Thursday again, also. So it's going to be. There's so many that they're going to be like every Tuesday and Thursday for a while.
All right.
Oh,
well, I look forward to seeing you.
Okay. Take care. Thanks so much, Senator.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Hi, Senator. You're muted, ma'am.
I'm sorry I'm making you keep this open. It's just I have
Oh, that's okay.
at the same time.
There's plenty of members that can't get to the meeting, and that's why we do it.
Okay, thanks.
So all three of these are for the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council. We have Julia Mcgrath from Old Saybrook.
Heather Summers votes yes.
Marcellus Edwards of North Haven.
Heather Summers votes yes.
And Blaise Levitan from Guilford.
Heather Summers votes yes.
Thank you so much. And honestly, it's never a problem because
I feel bad.
I still
gotta keep it open just because
no worries, because I still have at least two I know who will be on. So you're not last.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks again. Take care. Hi, Senator Kelly.
Hey, Wendy, how are you today?
Well, thanks. How about you?
Not too bad, a little hectic, but
For sure.
sign up.
That's why we hold the votes. So I have for you today 3 nominees to be members of the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council.
Okay.
The first is Julia Mcgrath of Old Saybrook.
Yes.
The second, Marcellus Edwards of North Haven.
Yes.
And finally, Blaise Levitan of Guilford.
Yes.
Thank you for making this so easy.
You're very welcome.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Have a great rest of your day, sir.
You do likewise. Thank you.
Take care.
Bye.
Well, let the record show that at 1 o'clock I tried to vote, but the clerk was unavailable.